a little hiccup on what's going on today. So, but I'll give the floor right over to you and let you go from here. Who do I have to throw something at? Kim. All right, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. First, I'll introduce myself. It's my first time before the council. Sergeant Michael Cordy. I have been in Redcliffe for the last 3 years, but my normal position is the unit commander for integrated traffic services. And since June, I've been the acting detachment commander for Redcliffe in Staff Sergeant Sean Maxwell's absence. So since that time, I received the first quarter report. We're a little late presenting it. Usually we'd be almost getting ready to present the second quarter in a little bit. But so with regards to the statistics, I had sent the first quarter report out. All in all, person crimes are down by about 3%. One of the anomalies which I noticed on there was criminal harassment. So I went in and looked at all 5 occurrences that they reported for persons crimes with regards to criminal harassment. And most of them were either unfounded or there was insufficient grounds to proceed. So they may have been called into us as criminal harassment, but didn't actually end up being that type of occurrence once it was investigated. So that was the only anomaly that kind of brought up persons crimes. And assaults themselves, they were down by about 10%. And when I looked at that statistic, it was mostly with regards to domestic assaults. And although they were down, that was the significant number that was driving that number up. With regards to property crimes, this year over the last few years, property crimes are down as well in the county. They're down by approximately 34%. An average, where are we here? Yeah, 34% was the average where property crimes are down. One of the anomalies was the property crimes of theft over $5,000. And some of those, that is straight attributed to the several thefts of some travel trailers that had happened in the county over the last little bit. And those, our members worked closely with the Property Crimes Alert Team, which is out of Medicine, as well as other locations in the province. And that was part of the big announcement that the media had released not long ago, where they had actually located close to $1 million worth of travel trailers. And those did include some of the ones that were stolen from this area as well. So with their assistance, it turned out to be a successful investigation where they identified the culprits. Average person and property crimes all lumped together are down by about 28% year over year. Some of the initiatives that we have done here locally in the county with regards to the annual performance plan, visits to the hamlets are continuous and ongoing. I am in the planning process. I was speaking with the Irvin Library, and we're trying to get a bike rodeo going for the youth there in conjunction with the library. And they had thought maybe a better time would be once school does get back in, just with summer vacation. So we're in the planning process for that, and that's part of our youth engagement. Other events now that I guess I say that the restrictions are gone, but COVID doesn't seem to be going away. But some of the events are starting to happen again in the community. So we're hoping to get out and be a presence in some of those events as well. With regards to provincial offenses within the county, those over the last couple of years with COVID, we have seen a real big drop in the volume of traffic on the highways. So that created a slight drop in the number of violations and enforcement that was happening. And then over the summer, as the restrictions were being lifted, then all of a sudden we've seen a spike in the amount of enforcement that we were doing out on the highways, and that was attributed to the volume of traffic that's actually out there now. One of the big drivers that has changed kind of the way things are reported is with regards to impaired driving. with the new laws in Alberta going towards more of a provincial sanctions rather than criminal code impaired driving, the numbers of immediate roadside sanctions that have been issued within the county have drastically increased, where now our members are more utilizing the mandatory alcohol screening, where we don't need reasonable grounds or suspicion anymore to ask for a breath sample when someone pulled over. And in fact, it's mandated from traffic services management that every vehicle we stop, it's mandatory alcohol screening. The detachment sides have not kind of gone that route yet of every vehicle that they stop, there's mandatory alcohol screening, but through that, we have had an increase in immediate roadside sanctions, and it's a much quicker process. Instead of proceeding through the whole criminal courts, it's a roadside test. They fail. If they're allowed to appeal at the roadside, which we would use a separate roadside instrument. And if they fail that second time, that's it. And then the paperwork is submitted to the province, and there is an adjudicator on that side, but it doesn't ever go to court. And pretty much once you finish your paperwork that night on that shift, then the file is done. It's not days and days of extra paperwork and getting it to the court. So that's drastically improved that process as well. And now with not just police officers having that power, the Alberta sheriffs are coming online with those powers as well, and as well as other agencies within the provincial government. With regards to prevention and reduction of property crimes, I know with the Rural Crime Watch, I have spoken through emails with them, and they're starting to get running again, as well as some of the kind of the rural crime patrols as well. That had kind of been slowed down with COVID over the last little bit. But overall, the number of occurrences and property crimes and persons crimes are down. There is one anomaly when you look at the statistics when it comes to federal offenses or federal calls, and that is attributed to the fact of the Federal Quarantine Act. It's classified as a federal investigation when we get the notifications to do checks on people that may not be compliant with the federal quarantine rules, and we do actually do the checks, but that's how they're scored on our records management system. So that's might be why some federal crimes are not crimes, but federal occurrences are up. With regards to our staffing situation here in Redcliffe, obviously I've been acting since June as the detachment commander, but we are down overall three members at the detachment that are off on long-term leaves, and that includes the detachment commander, one supervisor, and another constable. So I've been brought in from traffic services, so that's in addition. So it's not like it's taking somebody from the general duty members. And one general duty supervisor is also seconded to Bow Island detachment to be their detachment commander. So we do have two constables, senior constables, who are acting in those supervisory positions right now. And there is one member on the with the Redcliffe detachment who has received a transfer notice, and that's just recent. So, well, obviously we'd have to go through the whole process of relocation before any of that would take place. And we haven't heard yet if there's been somebody identified to come in and replace that one member who was transferred. And there is a public servant who, a vacancy at the detachment, and I believe it's on the municipal side of the house. However, we have 4 public servants within the detachment, so there are down one. But that process, or the competition, has been advertised and is closed, and it's in the selection process now. So we're anticipating that that 4th position will be filled very shortly. Some of these significant occurrences that I kind of come to mind, obviously, was the theft of the travel trailers within the county, and then how it kind of led to a provincial-wide crackdown and identification of a quite sophisticated criminal operation where they were re-vinning all of the trailers and actually selling them and getting them out within various provinces, not just within Alberta. And some of the trailers from other provinces were ending up in Alberta. So that very large investigation, the thefts from this county were involved in that as well. And one of the suspects was actually from the city of Medicine Hat that was identified. So that was a successful investigation and joint partnership with the detachment with regards to our occurrences, as well as with the local alert team. One of the other significant incidents that we had recently was the drowning in the South Saskatchewan River, and that used some resources with the Redcliffe Fire Department as well as the Medicine Hat Aquatics Rescue, Search and Rescue. We used their resources as well to locate the victim. And the most recent major incident we had was with the missing 6-year-old in Cypress Hills Provincial Park. And we had a number of agencies helping out there, everyone from Halo to the fire department, the county fire departments, the search and rescue from both locally as well as Calgary. The list goes on with the county peace officers were there. We had sheriffs who just happened to be in town training, 10 sheriffs that helped us out as well. So there was a very large group of our partners that helped out there, as well as a number of amazing people from the city, the county, everywhere that wanted to come out in campers to help out with assisting with the search. And obviously there was a very successful outcome with that search. With regards to some of the other items on the annual performance plan, earlier this summer, we had quite a few complaints about the traffic situation on Township Road 120 with regards to the construction that was going on out there. Detachment members as well as the Redcliffe Traffic Services were out there on several occasions and did conduct quite a bit of enforcement out there. School visits, we're hoping that they're going to resume shortly. We're not sure what that's going to look like once school starts back this fall with the rising COVID numbers and what the rules are going to be surrounding outside people going into the schools. So we're gonna have to wait and see what that's about, but we're looking forward to getting back into the schools and getting some of that youth engagement done. And I think one other item that I just wanted to bring up briefly, I know that this was sent out to some of our municipal partners as well, is coming up, I believe shortly within the next couple of months. RCMP members are going to be starting to be issued and trained with body-worn cameras. So that I did include a package that kind of explains why it's coming now. It's something that has been in the back burners for quite a while, but now it's being funded and pushed through. And one of the I don't know if it says it in here anywhere. Oh yes, it does. It says the federal government is going to fund the first 3 years of the rollout and the actual rollout itself. And then after that, I'm not sure how the funding is going to go, but it'll probably end up being for the provincial contracts down to the province as well. So, but there is a little presentation on there, just something that allows for the police to have more accountability. And also if it comes to the point where public complaints, then it allows them to be resolved pretty quick when you're wearing a body-worn camera for every interaction with the public, in addition to the cameras that we already have in our cars. So, if there are any questions on any of that, I try to answer them to the best of my ability.
Anybody have any questions? No, it was a good presentation. Oh, Michelle, sorry.
It's just a question about that little girl. Has anybody heard anything? Like, is she good now?
I haven't contacted the family yet, but I do have some questions from some outside agencies that want to kind of get in contact with the family. So rather than giving the family or the outside agencies their contact information, I'm going to contact them today. But I believe on that day, I did talk to one of the search and rescue members who actually located her, and she was in good spirits because she said when she all of a sudden saw us sitting on the log, she said like, you know, you were out all night, like you missed your dinner. And then she actually made the comment that, yeah, I missed my breakfast too. And so she was pretty good spirits. She got checked out by EMS that day and there was no other issues with health and safety. But yes, very, very, very successful outcome there.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. It's over to you, girl.
All right, I was looking forward to some questions for Sergeant Cordy, but I realize it's cutting her close here on time. So, and you guys all know how chatty I like to be. So I will just, nothing too new. I'll just present my presentation, or if you guys will accept my presentation as presented. If you have any questions.
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah.
Shane?
So now once school starts, you're gonna start trying to get back to the schools, making your rounds again with the kids
Yeah,
and stuff?
if the situation isn't, where they don't want people in there, then absolutely. I mean, I was always welcomed, but I just chose to stay away just until I was actually needed in the school for something. But absolutely, there's lots of stuff in the next month, and there's lots coming up, so it's good. Yeah, everything's picking up.
No other questions?
Unless you guys want me to read it, I'd love to read it.
Oh, Jeffrey, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I could, and maybe it's relevant to the discussion we had yesterday with Alberta Transportation. I'm just wondering what kind of cooperation that you might be getting with the companies or the businesses that are actually doing the wide load and oversized load moves down Township Road 120. I guess whether you have any interaction with those with them directly in terms of their cooperation for what you're requesting and in terms of moving those loads down that Township Road 120 corridor.
I did help assist with a couple. The communication was good. I'd say their times were way off. Like I had to wait quite long for them to just show up, and it was actually quite very fast and very like the people that they have working for them that are driving ahead, doing all the intersections and stuff. They're I'm not going to say crazy, but they just, they go and they move fast, and it was very fast once they actually get there. But with interaction with the companies, all I had was just trying to make sure I was at the intersection when they arrived, and assist with them from there. But the couple of times I did, they were late, lots late.
I guess what I was just curious to know if what kind of cooperation they were providing in terms of not, making sure that they were being, good to work with and that type of thing. So
Yeah, their cooperation was good.
Richard?
That was a good question, Jeffrey. Yeah. To follow up on that, and so they are providing enough people. Like, would you want to request to have more pilot cars helping you on that particular piece of road because of the amount of traffic, or is it going smoothly?
Well, I don't know if it was smooth. It was. I felt that it needed to be more. I don't know, more ahead. Like they were literally jumping. It was like leapfrog, like jump quickly. And there was times where I thought we weren't going to be there on time because I thought it was going to be kind of a slow drive, but it was quick. It was really quick. So yeah, like I guess they could use more help, but it was.
Was it safely done then?
Barely.
Barely.
Barely, yeah.
Shane?
So what you're getting at, Rebecca, is you should have more pilot vehicles ahead instead of doing the leapfrog and
Yeah,
have
yeah,
an extra one ahead to go up to the next one and that.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So who requests that? Do we as council ask administration to put those extra rules in there? Or do you, as the RCMP, do that? I guess it's our road. It's the county's road and it's a safety issue. And Carolyn has brought that up numerous times. So if there's something that needs to be addressed, we should figure out who's in charge and make it happen, right? Number one, you would slow them down because they go like crazy. They go hard to get off the road. Number two, would slow them down and then also have more people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's something I guess administration's going to look into.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Council, so in closed session, Township
something.
120 is there, and we have continued to seek legal and our insurance providers' thoughts on that situation. So there's a memo prepared for council in that regard for in closed session.
This is good information.
But this is great information, right? That'll help us make some decisions. So
Alf?
Yeah, wouldn't the Minister of Transportation have the specs on that? So I'm pretty sure like in BC and that, I think that's what we went through. It's Minister's Transportation and they got the specs and then, you know, we'd have to follow them, eh?
It's a good easy way.
But Alf, this is our road. It's not a transportation road. So I think we can, when they apply for the permit, we can ask that they have an additional pilot truck in front, you know, to stop, because I know where Rebecca's getting at, because if you got another wide load, let's say a load of bales or something coming down and another semi and they're doing 80 and them guys are racing up to the next approach and quickly handing out the stop sign out the window, that guy may not have time to stop without causing an accident. And yet they're coming already with that wide load. So that, I know where you're getting at.
But on a positive, it's out of the way then. Any other questions? Ernest?
Well, just listening to that, I think fast is okay, but there's, you know, I think what we're doing there, we want a nice flow.
Yes.
We shouldn't be racing from road to road, or I would expect this would just move slowly along, or, you know, as fast as it can, but moves, once it starts to move, it should go all the way through. There shouldn't be any, you know, racing ahead or, whoa, just a minute, stop, guy. You know, you're coming from the other way and all of a sudden you're supposed to stop on a dime, because it's, I think it could be improved. I agree.
Yes. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, you're getting off the hook today. Okay, not seeing any others. Darcy, have any? Nope. Okay. It's hard to see him in the picture up there. He's pretty dark. Every once in a while we hear you snore, Darcy, but that's about it. Okay, well, what's that? Oh. Is it? Okay, well, if you guys would like to join us for lunch, we will break 10 minutes early for lunch and have it, and then we'll be back at 20 after 12 so we can get back at it. You're more than welcome to join us.
do some open cutting. So after we've met with them and we went through what our construction standards state and what their request is. We think we came to a consensus. Now it has to come to council to see what your opinions are. But so one of the things that we thought was, if it's a non-developed road allowance, then we would just allow the open cut because there's not a road that would be disturbed and it could be easily maintained and fixed at a later date. The other option or the other ideas, so we can go through it page by page. So the first page, we slide down. Sorry, and I didn't download this properly. So this West Medicine Hat laterals 31 and 38. So this is broken down to 3 phases. So this is the kind of gives the overview of the full project. And there's 3 variances requested on this one. So the variances are for the open cut. So we'll slide down to the next page. So on this lateral line, they're going to put in 14.5 kilometers of PVC pipe. They'll eliminate the 7 kilometers of existing open canal. And this one is not going to have as large a pipe as the first phase, going from a 1050 to a 900. And there was 3 variances requested here. So open cuts in existing roadways. We'll go to the next page. West Medicine Hat number 2. So this is another lateral that they'll be filling in. This has 15 kilometers of PVC pipe. It's phased 1 out of 2, so they're going to do it over a 2-year period. And there's 3 variances requested here, and they're identified in those dots where the road crossings are going to be. So you've seen that last one, there were 7 crossings, only 3 variances, because 4 of those would actually, they would bore through the road. So they request permission for gravel and cold mix road crossings to open trench installation methods of larger pipes than 500 mm. That's actually at the point where it becomes very cost prohibitive to bore. So they would request that anything over that dimension, they would be allowed to open cut. And part of that was in our conversations with them of why we don't allow open cut is because, well, if you drive down the Eagle Butte, you'll feel that did it. Well, those were open cut culverts that happened quite a few years ago, and then they're still settling. So, and with a gravel road, it's a lot easier to fix that, right? So that was part of our request, is that we would allow that as our recommendation to council, is that we would allow the open cut, but with an extended period. So from a 2-year warranty period to a 5-year warranty period, because it does settle after time, and it saves them considerable amount of money. And they were okay with that, the warranty period being extended. So yeah, so the cost savings, they're saving $500,000 in costs for this project if they're allowed to do the open cut. And yeah, that so they've told me that they're allowed to open cut in other counties, but with an extended warranty period. So that's where the kind of the concessions that we thought that we would bring back to council for their consideration. So they give some good visuals of the canal and what the pipe will look like now, because we're losing a lot of surface drainage infrastructure capacities in Cypress County, because that's where some of our runoff water does get collected and gets what's the proper word, conveyed into the SMRID ditches. So this is something that we'll be reviewing once we, because this is happening all over Cypress County. They will be filling in a lot of their infrastructure and putting in pipe, because that helps with evaporation and their water consumption. So this is something that we'll have to look at anytime they do a project like this on how it's affected our overland infrastructure. Yeah. So they have some examples of what their roads look like after an open cut. So then they mark it on both sides of the road. This one they did not, but the other ones they did. They put the signs on both sides to show that there's a pipe, water pipe going through the road. Yeah. And they have an invested interest in this too, because this is their ratepayers also for this infrastructure. So, yeah, was there any questions on the proposal?
Dustin?
This is pretty common practice. The last time they went did the big pipeline projects through, they open cut a lot of the bigger diameter pipe, and the smaller stuff they bored. So I'd move recommendation number 1 with this.
Shane?
I like this, that you brought up the Eagle Butte. So I agree, like with the open cut, instead of like boring, does work. Alberta specs, like on them culverts on Eagle Butte. So you take well, I call it galvanized pipe, culverts.
Yep.
So you gotta tap them. They want you to plate tap them and that. So you put in so much dirt and then you plate tap and that. What actually starts happening and can't get through to transportation, that pipe will actually move up a bit and create a gap under there because you're packing it too much. You're getting too much compaction on the side, and the way the pipe is, you'll actually raise that pipe up and then you get the settlements. So it was funny, on the Highway 3, we did an open cut up by a bean plant, and we didn't do like the transportation spec because the engineer was hardly around. So we did it our way. 20 some years later, it finally started to sink because I know exactly where it is, where we did it. But we just put in the dirt and we went up, so we're above the curve, and then we started packing instead of packing it down below, so not to raise that pipe. So, and if you're using plastic pipe,
It'll float, right?
a little, yeah.
Yep.
But I have no objection to open cutting.
Yeah, and that's
We did it
where
on highways.
And that's where in the past, what we would do over a certain diameter pipe, we would require some water jetting. But that's over, you're talking your bridge sizes, your 1.6 meters.
Any other questions? I have one on the drainage. What, because you briefly touched it there. What do we do for that? Are we going to have issues in the future with?
Well, we're going to have to look at the drainage plans in each one of these areas because, I'm not saying it's a direct result, but if you look at the pipe projects that they've been doing in MD of Tabor and then resulting in the flooding because they lost capacity. I'm not saying it's a direct result, but they did note that they've lost capacity in their drainage capacity within the MD because of projects like this to save water, but it also had a different use at a different time. So that's something that we'll be examining. We've actually already had our engineering consultant review this. And so they have some recommendations that we'll be putting forward in 2022 budget.
So it's going to be our cost because they're pulling this out.
And that's the slippery slope because then we're talking about water conveyance. So they don't charge us water conveyance to take. They mentioned in their meeting with council that they've never charged water conveyance in Cypress County. So that's where
Trade-off.
it's a trade-off. Yeah.
This is why SMERD always says their works cannot be counted on to accommodate drainage. That's the big reasoning behind it. If it's there, it can be used, but it's not there to accommodate the drainage. So I guess the backstory on that, if you want to go back to the 1960s when they originally brought the canal network through this area, you look at a lot of this land, especially the south of Seven Persons area, they screwed up water drainage when they brought that through because they changed the lays of the land because they built up 8-foot ditches where water shouldn't have flown, and they actually stopped the natural flow of water. And by changing that natural flow of water, they actually made some really good irrigation land, but they also wrecked the water really good irrigation land. So it's a trade-off. Essentially, by putting pipe in, they're actually returning it to the way it was originally.
Well, it makes sense. It just worries me with the drainage, that's all.
There's a tremendous amount of drainage issues out there already. So really a guy should be looking at some of this stuff in the first place, and maybe this is just a kick in the butt to do it.
And it all works in two ways too, because now you don't have that water in a canal running next to your roadway, so you don't have that capillary action being sucked into your road. So because we've noticed some soft spots along some canals, and but this should help with some of that too.
And those dirt canals or rock mine canals, they leak like mad. It's amazing. And even, you know, talking with the Beemans, is with this one lateral out there, they figure they're going to gain back almost 1,000 acres of productive land just from saturated land that's turned into alkali sewage from these canals being there.
Ernest, you had something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it'll probably work out because it drained before the SMRDs and stuff. And I think we'll have some spots we have to deal with, but probably all in all, it'll work out okay. Because I think, like Dustin said, that those canals caused a lot of alterations in natural run water. Some people may find their basement full of water, but because the drainage has changed, but it's the way it is.
Any other questions?
I actually got a really interesting story on that I actually probably should share with you. So when they took and they put the pipeline through north of 7 Persons, there used to be a rather large, about 8 foot wide, 6 foot deep dirt ditch that ran through there. And that took and went all the way from essentially Range Road 80 and down to Range Road 72, where it took and drained back into the other canal. They removed that canal and brought back the natural flow of water, and that's where the water table problem came from, 7 Persons, because there never was one when that ditch was still there. So it actually altered the flow of water, and now it all drains back to its natural way down to 7 Persons Creek, which goes right through the hamlet.
There you go. Okay, I have a motion on the floor for number 1. That's to allow it with the 5-year extended warranty. Any other questions? Vote. I can't see Robin, but thank you. Okay, it's carried. Yeah. 10.3, Tara-Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cancellation of tax penalties request, Roll 30-8500. This is on page 467. Before you is a request from a ratepayer to remove the penalty of $85.82 for several rolls. There is a letter here on page 469 requesting that, and administration's recommendations that council direct administration to uphold the penalties in the sum of $85.82.
Richard.
I'll make the motion to uphold all penalties.
Any questions or comments? Not seeing any questions or comments, I'll call for the vote. Vote. I can't see you, Robin, but it's carried so far. Okay, perfect. 10.4, Tara-Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Dunmore Equestrian Society Recreation Funding Request. It's on page 470. Before you is background information and previous motions. The Dunmore Equestrian Society has asked if they could be placed under the recreation bylaw to receive funding as other community groups do. Commonly in that bylaw, the groups that receive annual operating funding are on county-owned land or additional named insureds under our insurance. That's usually the criteria, but they've asked to be considered that as well. And also too, they have asked for funding for the Little Britches Rodeo for, I believe it is for $1,500 for the paramedics, to fund the paramedics to be there at their upcoming event. Upon investigation, there is the ability to provide sponsorship to the Dunmore Equestrian Society. They have sign opportunities to be at their facility. And so that information is enclosed as well. So the recommendation is that council enter an advertising contract with the Dunmore Equestrian Society for a sign to be placed in the outdoor arena for $1,500 per year and with a 1-year contract with the renewable option after that. And there's subsequent other recommendations too.
Anybody want to? Okay, go ahead.
So you're telling me that the Table Rock Roping Club is on our, it's not on our land, because it is north of Jenner, along the river in the MD, I mean in special areas, same as the Idasley Community Association, the Hall, Jenner Hall. So they're not on county, Cypress County land, and yet they're part of it. I was just wondering, what is the difference in between Dunmore Equestrian Center, you guys figure, and the Table Rock Roping Club? That we can sponsor them on the rec board, but not Dunmore.
So those were decisions that were ad hoc such as this, but commonly that is the criteria is that it's usually on county-owned property and an additional name insured. Those were ad hoc motions that were brought to council, and council determined it appropriate a long time ago.
I was going to say that was long before I even got on here. So, Ernest?
And with those, it was basically, those were the community of the people that were in that northwest area of the council. They went to those areas. So that was the reason we supported Jenner and some of those, is just because it was sort of their community.
Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah, but sure. I mean, there's still people up in that area. There's still, we still support the Elkwater Roping Association. You know, it's, I'm saying, why can't we add the Dunmore Equestrian Center to this list?
Go ahead, Leslie.
I think that the bylaw and the policy maybe needs to be revisited again. I know that a few of those associations we don't give funding to anymore, even though that they're in the bylaw and the policy. I would have to double check, but a few of them we do not.
I'll move recommendation number 1, and as well to add Dunmore Equestrian Society to the recreation grants. There, now you have something to fight over.
Should that be 2 separate ones?
Can be, and I'll move both.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the friggin' page here. Okay, so the first one's for advertising for 1 year. That's your motion, Dustin?
So my first motion is for recommendation number 1 to go into a 1-year contract for $1,500 on a 3x8 advertising sign.
Okay.
And then with the option to renew. And
Okay,
then
just leave it at
let's
that.
do
That's
that one
your-
first, and then we'll go to the next one.
Okay, we have that motion on the floor. Is everybody clear on that? Vote. Carried. Okay. Dustin, you want to make a second motion?
Okay, and my second motion will be is to add the Dunmore Equestrian Society to the recreation grant funding.
Does anybody want to discuss
Okay,
that?
so I'll make the recommendation, or recommended motion as B alternative that they bring back the recreation board bylaw for amendment to add the Dunmore, to include the Dunmore Equestrian Society. Then maybe we can review the rest of it while it's here.
Okay, is everybody clear on that one? Oh. You voted yes? Okay, hold on, everybody. Robbins, a yes. Who else? That's 5. That's carried. No, he was a no. He's not sleeping. Darcy, fall over or something, would you? All right, 11.1, Terlin. Oh, hold on. We got a 1 o'clock delegation, do we not?
Correct.
Is he? Okay, we'll go over to the delegation, then we'll come back.
Dan, can you hear us?
Shouldn't have lied. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
All right, great.
Dan, did you want me to put the presentation up or did you want to share your own screen? Council does have a copy of it. They can follow along or.
Yeah, you can put it up on the screen. I have a copy here in front of me.
Okay.
That I'll just go from, and hopefully everybody can follow along with me. And is this meeting being recorded? And would I be able to get a copy of the minutes and, including the attendance?
It is recorded and you can get it offline on it
Okay.
anytime you want to look at it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, because everyone can introduce themselves, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, just hold on one second. I was just making sure he was ready.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
You ready to go? Okay, do you want us to introduce ourselves or do you?
Sure, and then when you're all done, I will introduce myself.
Okay, we'll start with Jeffrey on who's here. And
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Dowling. I'm the Director of Municipal Services and oversee planning and development.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Taves. I'm the Acting Director of Corporate Service.
Good day, Dan. It's Tara Lynn, and I'm the CAO of Cypress. Good to see you again.
Nice to see you too. Except I can't really see you, but nice to see you.
Afternoon, Dan. Dustin Vossler, counselor. I represent 7 persons in the Black and White area.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle McKenzie. I'm from Ward 1 for Hilda and Schuler.
Shane Hawk, I'm at Ward 8, Red Cliff, Box Springs area.
Dan Hamilton, Ward 5, and I'm the Reeve.
Richard Oster, Deputy Reeve. I represent north side of 7 persons and Desert Bloom.
Yes. Afternoon, Alf Bellier, Ward 9, Suffield, Jenner.
Ernest Muty, Ward 3, Elkwater area.
Kim Dalton, Director of Public Works.
Kayleen Simpson, Municipal Planner.
Leslie Ann Collins, Executive Assistant.
And that's the full crew in front of you today.
Great.
Oh,
Thank you
sorry,
very
we got
much.
2 online that haven't, I keep forgetting about the online guys. So
No worries. I can introduce myself. Robin Kerpuoid. I'm the counselor for Ward 4.
Darcy Guy, I look after the urban Walsh area.
there we go. Now we're complete.
All right. Thank you very much for those introductions. I tried to make note of everybody, particularly Shane and Ed, I believe are counselors for the wards in which these 2 projects are located. My name is Dan Toker. I'm the Vice President of Stakeholder Relations with Greengate Power. We've been around Alberta for, well, several years, since 2008 when we started. Had a very successful, 15 years or so of project developments in the province, renewable energy projects in the province. And full disclosure, Terry Lynn and I worked together on the Halkirk Wind project. That's been operational now for, gosh, I want to say 8 years, up in Paintearth County. I'm excited to work with her again, potentially here and with you as council. And so with that, I'll jump right into this. It's a pretty short presentation, but I suspect we'll have lots of questions. And this presentation and an introduction, this is, an introduction of Greengate to Cypress, who we are and what we are proposing in the county with 2 separate projects. Jurassic, which borders the provincial park, Dinosaur Provincial Park, that's why the name Jurassic. It impacts Cypress just, I think, in 1/4 section only. The project, or the county boundary is just right there. And then, of course, Midnight Solar and Storage. It's a much larger project up on Box Spring Road, north by the power line and all through that area. And with that, we'll just jump into the next slide. So again, our company, we've developed well over 1,000 megawatts of projects here in Alberta, including the largest solar project and the largest wind projects in Canada. The Black Spring Ridge Wind Project down in Bulkin County. It's a 300 megawatt wind project. We divested that project to EDF and Enbridge a number of years ago at construction ready. So that was, I always look at these projects as sort of like an iceberg, where the 90% that's underwater is what we take care of. And then in particular, these last 2 situations where we have partnered with other companies or divested, the easy part's really the construction part. And so we do a lot of the heavy lifting, but our plan going forward, now that we have this foundation of equity in all of these various projects, is to own and operate our projects going forward. And so the number of projects and megawatts that are currently operating in Alberta that Greengate developed will power enough power for 350,000 homes. Next screen. As far as interface with the county, this is the management team that you will become familiar with. Myself, Scott, who is our VP of Business Development, and David Whitehead, who leads all of our project development. So when this project comes to county for development permitting, David will be leading those efforts. And you have those bios. You can take your time and see our experience through those bios. So this is the Jurassic project. We found some areas there along the power line that and approached the landowners, and most of them were in favor of it, and such. They leased their lands to us for this project. It's on about 1,500 acres. It's going to be about a 300 megawatt solar project. Capital investment is 500 million. All the various permitting and the AUC interconnection permitting are multi-stages, and those are under progress at the moment. We've secured the land options. We're anticipating this project to be fully constructed by Q3 of 2024. So we still have some work ahead of us with the permitting, various environmental studies that we conduct both in the spring and in the fall. The lifetime of this project is about 35 years and will produce enough power for 100,000 homes. And again, we're only talking 1/4 section here up in that corner of the county. And then Midnight. Midnight is the exact same size as the Traverse Solar project down in Vulcan County. We've secured about 4,500 acres of land there, all tame grass land, very low agricultural land. As far as quality of land, there's a couple of, I think there's about a section and a bit that are actually cultivated there. The rest of it's all tame grass. Again, all of our permitting is under various stages of development. And commercial operation, we're expecting Q4 2024. And again, it's a 35-year life time of the project. And again, enough power for 150,000 homes at this project here. So some of the benefits that the county will see in the local communities, the more localized regional areas will see in these projects is job creation during construction. These projects take up to 2 years to complete. At various times during the construction schedule, there will be a variety of numbers as far as the number of employees on site. Early on, it's, when we start with the perimeter fencing and some of the earthworks and the land moving and cut and fill, there's less people on site. But as we get into screw piling and racking and running the cable, a lot of handwork, we can get up to 1,000 people on site at those peak times of construction. Operational jobs at the end, when the project's commercially operational and the EPC company is out of there, and then we're just in the operations and maintenance of the project. 5 to 10 full-time people monitoring, various components of the power facility, as well as, if we're able to grow a substantial, grass mixture there under the panels and between the panels, we will graze that land. And our hopes are at the end of the life of the project that topsoil out there is a lot better than it is when we enter. And obviously through proper vegetation protocol and grazing, we are significantly increasing the carbon sequestration in the soil, and obviously that will have very positive benefits to the topsoil there. Just put a couple of examples of jobs there. Contract labor, technician support. I mean, that's all over the place. There'll be skilled, unskilled laborers. There also be some other spin-offs in the community, like catering and housing, and we're seeing that right now at the Traverse Solar project. There's the local villages that are around Traverse have all seen a substantial increase in their rentals and accommodations, and and other catering efforts there. So the most important thing here, one of the most important things here for the county itself is the significant tax revenue. So, you know, we're looking in excess of $100 million over the life of the project to the county. And that's based on the you know, we don't know what your mill rates are and mill rates are and but using other counties as to form this, to get these numbers from, this is an estimated number, but we feel it's going to be pretty close to this. Of course, it's subject to change based on the actual, but we'll get to that point. But this is the kind of tax revenue you're looking at over the 35-year life of the project. The community fund, if we just go back one. So the community fund is a very important part of our own ESG, and we feel it's very important to give back and build social equity in the communities where we are operating our projects. And we're just launching this tomorrow night in Vulcan County by the Traverse Solar Project. This is a fund that's set up to assist organizations, individuals, not-for-profit, you know, other fundraising requests throughout the geographic area in which the actual projects are operating. So this is something that, again, we're launching it tomorrow. We're looking at between $25,000 and $100,000. That's not an annual contribution. We'll put that into a fund, and we will take annual applications for these funds, you know, once a year, and we feel it's super important for us to do this because there's lots of organizations. There's United Way, there's family and community services locally, there's food banks, there's other you know, programs within communities that are looking at developing sustainability type of programs that we would love to be involved with and contribute to. Even the local, you know, annual, you know, shinny game to raise money for something, we would be, you know, interested in supporting those types of efforts and those types of functions and events in the community annually. So that's something that we have done on every single one of our projects. And so that's something that the county can look forward to also. So for these projects, I believe this is a cumulative development plan, but this is an idea. This will just give you an idea. Now, this is always subject to change. And as Terry Lynn can testify to, these types of projects, we start with our best intentions, and this is what you see in front of you. It doesn't always work like this. Things happen. These projects are very organic in their development cycles. Anything can happen at any time. So, but we do start with something, and this is where we are at right now with these two projects. So, Q4 2020, we've secured the options with the landowners and submitted our interconnection application, and then municipal and community engagement. That's what we're doing right now, and at the same time conducting our environmental assessments. And then once we have all those assessments completed, we will submit to the AEP for our approval. And that approval will come back based on the data we're sending in, and they will tell us if we are low, moderate, or high risk from an environmental standpoint. Q1 2022, you can expect to see an open house in the area, along with our ongoing development. So at that point in time, at the open house, we'll try and have as much there as possible that can illustrate, you know, where exactly we are at, and very likely with the revised timeline also. Q2 2022, we will have completed our public consultation, and we'll submit our AUC application at that point. And then once we have our AUC approved and permit and license in hand, we will approach the county about submitting the development permit application. We expect our approvals Q3 22. And then started construction Q2 2023, and then a year and a half later, commercial operations. During construction, this is the type of, and I can actually speak to this firsthand. You know, Travers is under construction right now, so I've been down there several times to see how it all works, and it's a massive construction site. We started a few months ago, a couple of months ago, and just a lot of earth and mine and a site grading is occurring at the moment. The fencing is happening at the exact same time. So the first thing we do is set up the chain link perimeter fence around the project area. Once the site grading has occurred, we start with the piles and the racking. At all the same time here, the substation is sort of like a separate project off to itself. So that's under construction also at the same time, very early on, along with the access roads and any road widening that we need at the time. But these are some of the types of activities you can expect to see during construction. So when we found these locations, the solar resource in the area was phenomenal. We felt we've found a couple of really great locations here where you know, we can match up the technology as far as the types of panels that are available with this amount of sunshine and come up with a very decent solar project. So that was the number one thing. Proximity to transmission is another thing. Both of these projects are right on the transmission line, the 240 kV. There's lots of capacity in those lines to take the power that we're going to be producing. Constraints are land use bylaw setbacks, wildlife setbacks, wetlands, noise impact assessments. So we do all these studies and we lay them all on there, all these constraint layers on our map, and whatever is left is where we can build the project. So we look for minimal constraints, obviously. And then community support, you know, we're working on that. That's always a work in progress, starting with the county and the landowners and then the people around the project itself. So we try to stay involved, and that's part of the permitting process also, is we have responsibilities and obligations to do one-on-one consultation with landowners, you know, around the project area. So that's sort of the high level introduction of Greengate Power and these two projects. You know, as things develop over time, the plan is to come back to council and give you as regular as updates as you would like. You know, if you haven't heard from me in a while, then Leslie, you know, can get a hold of me and let me know that, you know, council would like to have an update on the project, and myself or David would be pleased to do that. So with that, I'll open it up to questions, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Does anybody have any questions? Shane?
Yeah, it's Shane Hawk here. When you say your revegetation, will you be spraying for noxious weeds on an ongoing deal? And then how do you, because we're in the high prairie fire area with some solar panels and a chain link fence around, how do you prevent, you know, if it gets in there, does a guy stop it? Yeah, well, it's in the scope of the EPC that we hire to build this project is weed control and weed management with the vegetation protocol. And that is done in conjunction with consultation with the landowners and with our environmental company, who is responsible for basically giving us the, you know,
doing all of the site specific understanding of what exactly is there. So we control vegetation protocol, falls within the scope of the EPC, and we provide that direction, a significant amount of that direction per consultation with landowners, our own experience with traverse that we've seen with weeds, and to make sure that, you know, day one, that because there's no cultivation, there's no seeding, day one, it is sprayed as it would normally would be sprayed for weeds, and whatever spray that is approved by the AEP. Matrix approves it, the landowner is okay with it, so we make sure that everybody's good with how we're going to do it. So we sprayed anywhere where land is disturbed along the fences and the border, because the project fence line is inside, about 10 meters inside the property boundary. So there's a space between the fence and the property boundary that could get, if it's not maintained as it normally would be, it's our responsibility to make sure that the whole area is sprayed or mowed, if that worked. So once those weeds are identified, we work with the landowner and we work with Matrix to try and understand how to best mitigate those.
What about fire?
Fire, so there's a fire break. You know, we will work with our emergency response plan. We'll work with the folks at the county on that. Yeah, so that's all part of our AUC application. So that's something that will be very well detailed prior to submission with the county's input. Basically, we don't want the fire, well, if the fire gets in, it gets in. There is no mitigation really, except on site to minimize the damage of the fire inside the project boundary. Our responsibility is to make sure that there's a fire inside, it doesn't go outside. So there is a fire break. So that's sort of the mitigation starting point with fire.
So what I'm getting at, if you're talking a 23-quarter solar panel farm and the fire gets in, there's no way of fighting it inside. So you got to pretty well wait for it to come out, and it can be a roaring thing coming out of there.
Yeah.
That's an issue, you know.
Yeah, it is most definitely an issue. And we'll figure that all out as we get, you know, deeper into the development with your emergency response team there at the county and the local fire departments in the areas around the project areas to figure out a strategy there. But you are right. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when fire occurs out there. Everybody knows that. Bearings off of trucks, tires, and, you know, anything could spark a fire at any time. And, you know, we saw that down in Claresholm. You all are probably familiar with that blew right through the solar project there. It didn't really damage the panels too much because it takes a very, very, very hot heat to do any kind of damage to these solar panels at all. And this, you know, these grass fires tend to be very, you know, they're quick and they blow through and they don't really generate a ton of heat, but or enough at least to do damage to the solar panels. But nonetheless, we'll have lots of discussions on this in the coming months and on how exactly to approach our emergency response with respect to fire.
Any other questions? Ernest?
I agree with Shane that fire is a big deal with these panels. The fact is there is going to be once the fire is into that field of panels, nobody's going to be doing any fire suppression on there. because nobody's going to be spraying any water around. That's, I've talked to command and they've said, there's no way you're going near it. So are you going to engineer something of, say, grass control, stuff to mitigate the size of a fire that, because the fire can sweep through there before you get a chance to know what hit it. We've seen it running lots of places, and I mean, it's kind of a big obstacle on the prairie.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we got to figure out what can grow there. There's a number of fire resistant or low fire resistant vegetation out there that we would consider, some fescues and that, but we need our environmentalists, our biologists, to figure that out for us and to work with the landowners to know exactly what grows there and what doesn't grow there. We don't want anything to grow too high. We want it to be a little bit fire resistant, low maintenance. We want it to be grazable. And again, having the vegetation protocol is one thing, and then maintaining that over the life of the project is another thing. And our plan is to keep sheep in there, significant, number of sheep. And there's local people already calling us about this opportunity. But yeah, I agree. Fire is a big deal, and we're going to come up with a plan that satisfies the county and works with everybody involved.
Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. Do you have anything?
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. And we'll look forward to seeing you again in the future here as we get down the road. I know we're still really early stages here, but we thought it was important to just introduce ourselves, get this on the radar with everybody. My contact information is there. Shane or Ed or any counselor, if you have any questions whatsoever, please just drop me an email or give me a buzz. And we can take it from there.
The other counselor that you're calling Ed is actually Alf.
How do you spell it?
Alf, ALF.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry
No
about
problem.
that. Yeah. All right. Alf.
He answers to anything, so it's okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and please feel free to reach out at any time. And we'll look forward to seeing you over the next few years here as we go.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Okay. We'll zip over to 11.1. Terralyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Recreation Master Plan. Before you on page 486 is the Recreation Master Plan implementation recommendations. Before you is previous council direction. And there is background information and the plan. And the recommended motion that council direct administration to set aside $1 million per year into a reserve fund for mid to long-term recreation projects and replacement of existing facilities. And our Director of Corporate Services is going to further that discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Recreation Master Plan, it's been a bit of a journey. It came to council for approval, and at that time, Mr. Belanger brought forward some implementation recommendations. Jeffrey and I reviewed this as a team, and the more and more we thought about it, we saw tremendous opportunity in recreation in Cypress County. Considering that opportunity, we also saw that there was time to be able to go back and review that plan to bring forward the right recommendations. The more we considered it, we saw what the plan brought forward from stakeholder engagement, such as reaching out to the community groups and discovering what their needs and wants were. And there's some really good things in the plan. We also recognized that the delegations we were receiving to council had a direction that wasn't far off the plan, but they were different. And then some of the actions that we did and the work we did also had a little bit different direction. So at this point in time, we're considering a focused effort in 2021 to make sure the remaining campground, that's one at Sandy Point, and other playgrounds that have CSA deficiencies, if you will, would get back up to snuff. So putting that, that we're going to bring our existing things up to a level, to a standard. Thank you, Jeffrey. I was looking for the word. Jeffrey, help me out. And it was determined that it might be appropriate to not necessarily say the what, but have funding in place that when we do make those decisions for recreation, that we just go ahead with them. And the money part's already taken care of over time. So the recommendation for the $600,000 per year, the $1 million made up of $600,000 of reserves towards new capital, and the $400,000 is for an expedited rehabilitation of existing. So that's the ask of the $1 million into reserves for that type of thing. In the request, it does mention some of the projects, longer term, midterm, and some of the ongoing things. Right. So, and Terry Lynn's just reminding me when we heard of the exhibition and stampede grounds type of thing. You know, as these things come up, we can start to backfill that plan and be current with our culture. I suppose it's recreation, but perhaps better said, culture and recreation. Yeah.
Michelle?
I'll move recommendation number 1.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, it's some of these playgrounds, like the one now up at Sandy Point, we could be using, and that's why that money is there from the community aggregate payment, the cap levy. You know, that it's not designed to just sit there and build up in equity. It's to be used for playgrounds, for community stuff. So, I mean, if we're looking, you know, now that we got to tear that out, I mean, I know there's excess money sitting there that we can go with it. I mean, and that's why we introduced that levy, is to help pay for stuff like that for in our community. So I'd like that to be included in stuff.
That's well heard. I could have mentioned that there was a previous motion of $50,000 from council with the community group getting an additional 50. So sometimes there's that opportunity to get that grant money as opposed to funding it up. But absolutely, that was. Yeah.
Anybody else have any comments or questions? Richard?
I'm pretty pleased to see that we are looking ahead, and that administration has brought this to the table, that yeah, let's start getting that money put aside so that we're not scrambling when the time comes. And one of our goals in the strategic plan was to keep these recreation facilities and the other buildings in good shape. Like, we do not want to get in the situation where they have to be torn down or stuff like that. So I like it that staff has brought this forward.
Any other comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments. I'll ask for the vote. Carried. What do we got here? 11.2, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Water and Wastewater Master Plan, there's previous council direction there. And sorry, it's a handout, I believe. Sorry. Yeah, where the heck where is she talking about? Right here. Sorry. So recommendation that council adopt the Water and Wastewater Master Plan with the amendments to the water license table to reflect recently purchased water licenses as presented to council in the July 2021 council meeting. And Kim, our director, do you have any further comments?
No, only if there's questions.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I think the point was, I should mention, is once that it's approved, then we can put it on our website. And so that's one of the reasons why we couldn't make it public.
It's a handout.
Yes.
Oh, I just poked myself in the eye with a pair of glasses. Oof. Oh, man. Felt good. Ernest?
When we're talking about water plans and all our licenses and stuff, I was wondering, should we address like the Walsh Raw Water Co-op, because that's a license of ours, or a renting license, or at least touch the subject lightly or heavily?
That's something that has not come across my desk lately, actually. The folks out there are using that water license still. There has been no movement to my knowledge that they like it how it is right now. There is a concern if we ask Alberta Environment to give an allocation to that group, they may lose that water allocation. So honestly, there has been no movement on that in my world recently.
So actually, who owns the license there? Us, the CPR,
So it is, it's an industrial license back from 1910.
Mhm.
And how it is in our name, there was a amendment for a municipal purpose because they were kind to us to allow us to use that because they were already using the license in the hamlet, right? So it is in the name of Cypress. However, there's strings attached to it.
That
But that's something I have not dealt with in a bit.
I just, if we're doing a water plan, that's something we have with licenses and stuff, and I just wondered if it should be in there.
It could be mentioned in there. We don't use it ourselves, and we cannot use it in other allocations.
My understanding was this is just for potable water for us to use for, that's
Okay.
why it's not in here. Because we discussed it before when it came up and we said, no, it'll stay out.
Okay, well, that's fine. I just thought it should surface again.
Robin, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Reeve. The question that I had with regards to the water plan, I appreciate staff updating kind of the allocations of the water licenses. The one item that I think kind of is the now what, it fits within the now what phase is the portion that addresses the water co-ops that have current capacity issues with testing that is going to be kind of within the next few months. I think Carolyn is aware of a couple of the different co-ops that maybe have 3 to 6 months left with operators and are quite concerned not knowing what their options are. So I guess I wanted to bring that up as a now what question. What would the action items be, I guess, moving forward with this plan and with this item in particular?
Thank you. Through the chair, I can answer that. So there's an implementation plan that's part of this water master plan, which is talking about working with the water co-ops to make sure they have the proper certification levels. So that's part of one of the things that was highly recommended with this plan, is working with the co-ops. Part of this plan identified that we have, I think, 7 more co-ops than we actually knew that we had. So that's part of that is becoming more acquainted with them and work with them to make sure they're fulfilling all the regulations.
Perfect. That answer your question, Robin?
It does. I guess I'm going to be getting a phone call probably around 5 o'clock this afternoon asking, so what do they do? Do we just direct them to your office, Kim, to, I guess, initiate that relationship building process? Because I know that there's some ANSI people that are out there that are looking for some answers on how to get this started anyways.
Yeah, through the chair again. That one would be coordinated through Terlyn because they're not her outside agency, and then she would disseminate amongst her staff.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Richard's making a motion since I forgot. Ernest?
So have we gave any thought to establishing a raw water co-ops or working with establishment of raw water co-ops, considering potable water is extremely expensive to go somewhere? You might be better if we had a raw water co-op going for a lot of their needs, and you can truck your drinking water, and it's probably a lot cheaper than building millions of dollars worth of pipelines.
Mr. Chairman and Council, you're totally right. We have, myself and my team have been talking about people just want water. It doesn't need to be potable. And so finding out how many co-ops we have, the ones that, using existing infrastructure and building onto it. And that's something that part of the implementation is looking at raw water, looking at the best place to pump it from. And we have other partnerships too. We have SMERD, we have the other co-ops looking at, because people want water, and because that is for development or anything. That's one of the first steps that you need. So yes, very much so. Non-potable is very important. So that'll be part of the implementation plan.
So that's going to be reflected in here. I didn't notice that. But it should be part of our water master plan, not?
Well, this is for potable water and looking at that, but that is something that we've talked about. I believe at council as well too. Is that it's water? People just want water, non-potable, and that's something that people can't afford the treatment either. It's expensive. So what is the essential that they need is non-potable. So I don't know if council wishes to put that in the plan, but that's something for implementation will be part of the process.
And through the chair, there is regulations on supplying non-potable water to people's homes. So that would need to be reflected in the plan.
Yeah. Robin?
Yeah, hearing what Ernest is saying there, I think that the water master plan as it exists right now is a really good assessment on the inventory of our infrastructure, what we've got. But I think that we do definitely need to tie in kind of that, where we're going with this as well. And so I don't know if that, looks like a day of council meeting as a committee of the whole to talk about what is the desire moving forward, or if this is having staff go out and look at it. I think that it'll get lost in the implementation plan to just say that we leave it as it is and talk about it, because I think that it's going to be a large undertaking to talk about the development of any kind of water supply plan. And I don't know, Cam or Terlyn, if you want to chip in on this one, but I think that we probably need to have some very intentional conversation over and above like the water master plan. I'm quite happy with as it stands right now. This would be something that we would probably have to hammer out as a team, and then amend the water master plan with a project, and the details of the project would be hammered out in the days to come, or weeks to come, months to come. But I don't know that it just necessarily fits underneath of implementation. I think this is more along the lines of a project that needs to be initiated, figured out the scope, and then talk about execution.
Okay, any other comments? I screwed up there, so Richard's making a motion for recommendation number 1.
Dan, just one quick second here. Did that make sense? Like, I want to know if that sounds appropriate to council as well as to administration. The thoughts I just shared there.
I got hands up. Richard?
Robin, makes total sense to me. This is 2 different items, potable water and non-potable, and just 2 major different discussions. I agree with you. This the master plan for the potable water, yes, we're good on it. The other one will take a lot of discussion and time, and it has to be a separate item.
And really, like with the potable water, if we ever decide to, let's say that we wanted to expand that and make the accessibility, more prevalent, it would, I think it would fall under a project that needs to be defined, in a scope that needs to be defined. And it's a lot more specific than the 30,000 foot, assessment that the water master plan provides.
Ernest?
I guess from my thought is, I would like to see a reference to non-potable water, explore it in your water master plan, just so it doesn't get lost along the way that we talked about it, and something to, because it's part of water that people want. I don't think we need a whole big long thing of what we're going to do, but at least some mention that we are going to look at it. It's part of the master plan.
That can be mentioned in there, Mr. Chairman, that non-potable water is important to the region as well, and that will be explored and furthered with the implementation plan, something like that.
Where are you
statement?
putting? Yeah, that works, but where are you putting it in this motion, or?
In the motion to add it, that statement to be added to the master plan.
Are you good with that, Richard? Okay, we got a friendly amendment to that.
Do you have
or
that,
to add
Leslie?
that.
Sorry.
Robin?
Sorry, last question. Maybe I can get a little bit of clarity here, but I'm hearing that the water master plan is specific to potable water, and I don't want to create confusion. But I think that's inaccurate, isn't it? Because we've got we've looked at the water co-ops that deliver non-potable, like the Bull's Head Water Co-op. That inventory is still within the master plan. I just want to make sure that we aren't saying that it's a water master plan for potable only, or unless I'm missing something. Can somebody clarify that, please?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the water master plan is tied to licenses that we have for diversion of water. So Councillor Moody was correct by saying that potentially the water license that we have coming down from Elkwater should have been included in the plan. The reason why we didn't bring that up is because we have a council motion to release that water license to a community group, so that we already have motions with that in. So to answer your question, also, Robin, is exactly, there is 2, I think in there, there's 2 non-potable water co-ops that are included, but some of the data that's very pertinent to us is that the as-built infrastructure. So meaning that once we know the infrastructure, then we can make an implementation plan. And because there is a lot of overlapping infrastructure that created some redundancies and additional costs. So I think that they're looking at it from a 30,000 feet instead of individual water co-ops, as looking at as a county water issue instead of a co-op water issue, what might come up with different solutions. So that's part of looking out of the box.
But the verbiage in the plan is not exclusive to potable versus water in general, or is it?
No, it's not. It distinguishes in the plan of which ones are, which co-op has a potable water system and which ones are just non-potable, meaning that it doesn't have a water treatment operator, but it still comes from the city gate as a potable water source. So they're not meeting their
But the main focus was on potable water.
That's
There
correct.
is some co-ops that are non-potable in nature, like the Bull's Head, I believe, correct, Robin? It's a non-potable.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
that-
It's a
and so we don't-
non-potable that doesn't originate from a city gate either.
And so that's a different anomaly because it doesn't originate under our license, my understanding is, and they have their own independent operator. So the focus was potable, but however, with the plan, there's been some non-potable co-ops found.
Okay,
And
no,
so
that works for me, and I
it-
appreciate the answers. Yeah, that clarifies things, and I'm happy moving forward with this as it is right now, and then just continuing to. It's going to be organic. We're going to add to it and perfect it over time.
Yeah, it's a living document, totally.
it's just a starting point. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any, I'll ask for the vote. It's carried. Okay. Dustin?
Could I move a motion that we send the first 122 pages of this to the ICF committee? As it's been promised to them for quite a long time now.
Oh, for the water plan?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Good, I don't see a problem with that. There's a motion. You're making the motion then?
Yep.
Dustin's making the motion, send the first 122, or you want the whole thing?
I think just the first 122 pages, just as for information. It's been a long time in the coming, and I know that the intermunicipal committee is anxiously waiting for whatever the results were. And of course, it ties to the possibility or potential of any future collaboration amongst neighboring municipalities.
Okay, we have that motion on the floor. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. Okay, I'm not gonna go in camera yet. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll do our 2 o'clock delegation. Our CAO finally got back here for us. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. I guess we'll just hand the floor over to you.
Will they go through it page by page?
Every page.
Yeah.
He's still laughing over that. We don't have enough time in the day for that one. What?
Good afternoon, three members of council. What I'd like to do today is not go through the document page by page. I'll save us all that English. What I'd like to do instead is to give you a high-level overview of what we've accomplished to this point. Do a little bit of a temperature check with council in terms of where you are on what are some of the issues that have been identified to us as they may be contentious or non-contentious. That's one of the things we'd like to find out. And just in terms of remind us of where we are in the process of things. So if we go to the first slide. Or we can start there, that's fine. Right, next. So what I'll cover off today is just to remind us of what the scope of the project was, recap a little bit about what we heard, identify the changes that we've made as far as the municipal development plan are concerned, recap what we heard in terms of the land use bylaw, and give you a bit of an overview of what's in the land use bylaw, in a nutshell. Next. So just to kind of highlight in terms of the process and what our objective of this whole exercise was, it's really 4 points. One is to provide greater clarity and consistency throughout the documents so that the MDP lines up with the land use bylaw and both documents line up with Municipal Government Act and so forth. Second was to engage the public in terms of getting their feedback, and administration getting their feedback, and council getting your feedback on it. Thirdly was to create a user-friendly document, one that was a little more easier to read through, easier to understand in terms of what the rules and regulations are. And lastly, in terms of just updating it in terms of what the latest best practices are, what the latest legislation is telling us needs to be in these documents and so forth. Next. So just to quickly highlight where we are in the process. So we've completed number 3, which is to develop the 2 documents. We're in step 4 this week, where we are engaging with council to bring you up to date, engaging with administration, and having public open houses this week as well. From that point, we will make the necessary changes to the documents and then bring them back to council. Next. As part of the engagement process, we've done it at a number of different levels. First, in terms of information sessions. Secondly, in terms of public surveys. Then information sessions with council, administration, and then small group sessions with the public to get their feedback back in June. So let's start off with a little bit of a recap in terms of what we heard. Next, in terms of the municipal development plan. So generally what we've heard is that we want to stop having development all over the place. We want to have it planned in a logical fashion. We want to limit the fragmentation of arable land, farmland. We want to introduce more uses into the land use bylaw and the municipal development plan in terms of what people can do. Look at things from a long-term economic strategy as well, in terms of how these documents sort of fit into that aspect of things. Increase options for multi-generational living on the landscape. So people have that opportunity. Review a number of review the number of parcels that are allowed in multi-lot subdivisions, look at recreation and tourism opportunities, look at greenhouse developments, look at the relationship that the county has with its neighbors. And lastly is to look at further studies that may be required to help you make better decision making. So for example, your water study and other studies that, your recreation master plan, those type of things that would help you make better decisions, day-to-day decisions. Next. So let's take a little bit of a look at the overview of the municipal development plan and the way it's sort of laid out. So one of the things that was missing in your old municipal development plan or your existing municipal development plan is a community vision, a direction that is community based and based on feedback. So we've identified that, provided that in here in terms of a vision statement. That vision statement is underpinned by a number of principles, or in some people call them pillars of a plan. So they are growth and land use, the economy and employment, natural environment, community development, and governance. And those things then drive down in terms of determining, in terms of conceptually where growth can occur and how it can occur. Looks at policies that help to support those particular principles. And lastly, in terms of how you implement the plan, it identifies what steps you need to take in terms of actions to implement the municipal development plan. Next. So when looking at the municipal development plan, we looked at a number of different things that would impact the plan, and certainly where growth can occur and how it can occur. So we looked at existing considerations and constraints. So those might be things like where pipelines are, where transmission lines occur, where you might have irritable land versus non-irritable land, where you might have human constraints such as airports and transmission lines and major corridors, those type of things. So we looked at all of those factors, and that helped us to give us a picture of where growth and development could occur in the county. Next. So in terms of and that then led us to creating a generalized development concept. And by that is, you can refer to it as a future land use map, but we call it generalized concept because it gives you a generalized idea of where development and growth can happen in the county. So it looks at things like preserving agricultural land. It looks at what hamlets are going to be your growth hamlets or should be your growth hamlets. Identifies existing and future employment areas based on existing area structure plans, existing IDPs that you have. Looks at your environmentally sensitive areas and crown land that you have in the county. It also identifies future areas for country residential growth as well. Given the scale of the map, it's I won't point to anything in particular on the map. Next slide. So in terms of listening to what people have told us as part of this exercise and what's contained in the plan, what I'll say is, in essence, we've been able to check the boxes in terms of addressing those particular items through policy and through direction in the plan. Next. In terms of implementation and how do you implement the plan, there's a number of areas where we've identified how to implement the plan. So that might be through priorities and budgeting on a yearly basis, reviewing the plan and monitoring it. And as part of that process, looking at outcomes and indicators, which kind of indicate how are you doing relative to the plan and how are you doing relative to growth in the county. Also in terms of updating any area structure plans that might be out of date or reflecting the policies that are in this plan in your relationships in the IDPs in terms of direction. Implementing the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, working with your community partners as one mechanism to help you to achieve what the policies are saying in the municipal development plan, and of course the land use bylaw, which is one of the things that you use on a day-to-day basis that influences how the county ends up growing. So one of the things I wanted to do with council today was just to sort of take a temperature check. Where are we with relative to some of the policies that are in the plan, proposed in the plan, and so one of the ones is allowing subdivision of larger agricultural parcels to allow more intensive agricultural operations. And so one of the policies that is in here right now says that the county may, if it can be justified, look at smaller agricultural parcels for more intense or diversification of agricultural operations to have smaller parcels. So that's one of the policies that's in here, and it's a May statement. So it's really saying there may be circumstances where you have larger tracts of land. They may be in a section, or they may be in a quarter section, where you may have an operation, a more intense agricultural operation, or a agricultural diversification opportunity for economic development in your community, that you would want a smaller agricultural parcel, but it would continue to have that agricultural zoning on it. So I guess that's one of the points that I wanted to raise with council today, to kind of gauge your feelings on that particular policy direction that's proposed in the plan. So I'm not sure if you want to respond to those, or I can run through all of the points if you like, and then we can pick out which ones you wish to respond to.
Does anybody have any response right now, or do you want to just keep going through? And oh, Robin.
Yeah, thanks. With regards to that right there, I guess it wouldn't hurt just to talk about the fact that I think that some of the concerns with regards to taking existing agricultural land, and then for the sake of diversification, I'm thinking specifically about the greenhouse application that we had, and which, diversification is a good thing, but what kind of guidelines do we put in place to provide the appropriate setbacks or restrictions in order to see the diversification of agriculture done in a responsible and sustainable way? Is that being addressed in a different topic coming, in the future here, or is this an appropriate time to have that discussion?
So this would be a good time to have that discussion, and certainly there are some guidelines that outline under what conditions the county may consider it, and so it's really about providing the right, if you like, goalposts, so that you can make sure that if there is going to be further reduction in the size of an agricultural parcel, that it doesn't really, you don't want it to detract from the balance of the quarter section. But you want to be able to allow for that more intensification to happen, and it may happen under a different corporation or that type of thing, that opportunity to exist.
One of I think the mechanisms within the intensive livestock side, like with the intensive feeding operations, the NRCB, they oversee it, but they have recommendations for setbacks and the area of impact and things like that. Whereas with some of the, and maybe I'm looking at it through a very specific example right now with diversifying to the greenhouse stuff, but it was something that we lived pretty intensely for about a year and a half. How can we, as a county, when intensive livestock is managed through the NRCB, can we put into place some kind of a matrix that would give us the ability to give options to landowners that are looking to diversify, but within certain parameters, versus, if we leave it too open, then it really, it makes it very hard to navigate once we have applications.
So I guess in terms of something like a feedlot type of thing, one of the roles of the MDP is to at least identify where you have them existing today, which the plan does. It identifies the radiuses around which you don't want any further residential development to, or you don't want any feedlots to encroach on residential areas. And so the plan does that, it maps that to exist. But this may be an opportunity whereby you may have other opportunities. So, the greenhouse operation was one that was mentioned, whereby if you had, the opportunity to create some other forms of diversification on the farm that would not need the full quarter section, but could operate on a smaller agricultural parcel, but still look at the agricultural parcel in terms of that size and function and how it functions and how it impacts the rest of the area around it. So those are the type of things that you would want to look at in considering that type of subdivision.
Any other questions?
The next one, I'll speak to the next one in terms of limiting subdivision of agricultural parcels to fragmented parcels. So the concept here is that within the county, there are areas that are fragmented as a result of man-made road features or those type of things. It may be natural features such as rivers and streams. So there are areas where you have natural subdivisions where you end up with these fragmented parcels. And what we're sort of saying is that if you're going to encourage any subdivision within the rural area, that's sort of where you want to target it. So that you want to try and maintain that overall agricultural parcel in its tact, right? So you don't want to fragment those larger where they're irrigated farmland or just non-irrigated farmland, and maintain that in its large state, and only allow, if you're going to have any subdivision, have it occur on those fragmented parcels. And that way it's sort of maintains the integrity of those larger parcels. The other one maybe is where you have, let's say, a farmstead separation, and you allow subdivision to occur on that farmstead separation rather than encouraging subdivision to happen. And for example, in some counties, they'll allow up to 3 or 4 subdivisions to happen, and they'll pick the corners or they'll pick all over. And what you end up is a non-farmable quarter section because you can't get your machinery around it or so forth. And that's what we're really trying to avoid. If we can concentrate the subdivision into one small corner of that quarter section, then that's really what we're trying to aim for with this policy. The next one is encouraging home-based businesses in rural areas. So one of the things that helps to keep people on the land in rural areas is the opportunity to have home-based businesses with their agricultural operations. And so what we're trying to do here is to have that through policy, where you would have potentially home-based businesses or cottage businesses that they can have on the farm that help to improve their own viability on the farm. So that's the purpose of that particular policy. Okay. The next one is taking of municipal reserve or the equivalent value of that reserve as allowed under the Municipal Government Act. So under the Municipal Government Act, whenever there is, we'll take a multi-parcel subdivision as an example, municipality is permitted to ask for a dedication of municipal reserve, and that municipal reserve can be used for parks, trails, open space, can be used for schools in terms of municipal school reserve and so forth. My understanding is that the county currently does not take municipal reserve. And so this policy in here is that it is encouraging you to consider taking that at the time of subdivision when you have a multi-parcel subdivision and you're allowed to take it. So it's nothing, it's not what I would call radical in terms of the Municipal Government Act does allow you to take it. It's just a question of whether you choose to take it.
Jeffrey?
I just want to clarify to council that the county actually does take municipal reserve. It just might be in the form of money in place of municipal reserve so that you have the funds available so that when park opportunities or park projects come along that you can actually utilize those funds just like the Municipal Government Act requires to apply that to those projects. So we do actually deal with municipal reserve. We just might not take the land, up to 10% of the land that's available to create parks and playgrounds. And the reason for that was that previous councils had, didn't want to necessarily take on the financial burden or responsibility of having to create additional parks and playgrounds and then have to maintain them and replace them. And then, of course, the resources to be able to provide the maintenance to do the cutting and the vegetation control and those types of things. So I just wanted to provide that as clarity.
Kayleen?
So where that's coming from is the MGA makes it kind of optional. So there's certain circumstances where money in place of municipal reserve may be exempted. So things like first parcel out subdivisions, or if it's an agricultural parcel, 0.8 hectares or less, you can exempt those, but they should be identified in your municipal development plan if you're choosing to exempt it. So that's where that addition is coming from.
Right. So generally the implementation of this particular type of a policy would be that you would then create either an administrative directive or a council policy that kind of says, here's what we're going to take and how we're going to take it and when we're going to take it. That really clarifies that in essence. But in general terms, what we're also saying is that you should consider, if you're not going to necessarily take the land, you should take the value of in terms of the money. And I think that would really help to, you were talking about your recreation master plan today. And so that's a really good example of where you could take funds like that and apply it to a master plan like that. Okay, next. Next is greenhouse operations. So really the plan is identifying these as intensive agricultural operations and not as industrial or commercial operations. And I think that's a distinction that one of the things that we're hearing is that people were treating them as sort of, or describing them as industrial operations, but they are in fact intense agricultural operations. And so we're simply recognizing that aspect of it. The next policy deals with farmsteads. And so currently, whenever you have a farmstead, what you do is you redistrict it to country residential. And what we're saying is that more of a traditional, this goes back to more of that traditional, the way it used to be recognized. So farmsteads were, that farm that's on the quarter section, that original farmstead, and you allowed the subdivision to happen, and you didn't redistrict it to country residential. It just simply is part of the farm in simple terms. However, if you had that farmstead, and you're only allowed one farmstead on that quarter section, if you allow further subdivision, it's going to occur where that farmstead is. And if that further subdivision occurs, then you're going to redistrict that additional subdivision to country residential. So that's what would be the trigger for country residential. And I think what it does is, the reason for saying that is that it's simply recognizing that on the quarter sections, you've got these original farmsteads, or you've got these original where the farm house is. And so you're recognizing that as the farmstead, and you're not distinguishing it. It's not really a country residential subdivision. But if you do create more parcels, then it is in fact a country residential subdivision. So we're just making that distinction or that clarification on it. That's all we're doing. The last one deals with in terms of hamlets. So what we've identified in the plan is really a hierarchy of your hamlets, and identified Desert Bloom, Dunmore, Irvin, 7 Persons, and we've identified those as growth hamlets. And so if you're going to direct growth to happen, you're going to direct it to those primary hamlets. And then of course, then you've got another category, which are your small hamlets, and then you've got your rural hamlets. And so it really is that tier of hamlets, and really it sort of speaks to the document that had gone to council before. But we're simply sort of reiterating that in this municipal development plan. So are there any other comments on the municipal development plan before we move on to the land use bylaw?
I'm not seeing, oh, Kaylee.
So just maybe a comment pertaining to when we're talking about farmstead separations and the ability to redistrict or not redistrict. Jeffrey and I had met later last week, and one of the things that he had offered up as information was that when council previously had looked at the farmstead separation district to amend the land use bylaw, one of the considerations of the council at that time was the enforceability on ag parcels. So if you have an agricultural farmstead that's subdivided, if it remains agriculture, it kind of limits your ability to enforce unsightliness on that parcel. So I wanted to bring that forward as some of Jeffrey's feedback that he added last week.
Yeah, makes sense. Anybody else have any comments?
Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so my concern is, and I like the work that they've been doing, and I know I keep on coming back to the greenhouse thing all the time here, but was it kind of conclusive from all of the conversations with everybody that they did not want to look at the greenhouses as more of the commercial and industrialized? Like, I understand that it is assessed at agricultural rates, but I don't know that I necessarily agree with the assertion that they shouldn't be viewed at from a planning standpoint through the lens of commercial and industrial. You know, I understand that they're growing food, but the intensity of it, again, now I could probably be convinced to compromise a little bit if we had the same intense guidelines for the greenhouses as what we have for the confined feeding operations. But to state that there was confusion and that some people were viewing it from a commercial or an industrial position, and it is falling under intensive agriculture, I think is confusing planning and assessment. And I think that's not really that's not in the best interest of the county and what we're trying to do here. So I guess my question then to the consultants is, what were you hearing from individuals that you were talking to? Because I think that this is part of the confusion that really leads to, again, the lack of parameters to where it's appropriate to place some of these larger structures. And from a planning position, I think that we need to continue to view them as commercial and industrial, and not to be afraid of them, but to find appropriate placement through our municipal development plan and planning.
So perhaps, Mr. Chair, to answer that question. So we look at it from as an agricultural operation. That's not to say that it doesn't have negative impacts on the surrounding areas. It's no different than any other intensive agricultural operation from that standpoint. So in the land use bylaw, that's really where when you deal with special provisions, you talk about how are you going to manage those external factors that affect the land around it, as any agricultural operation you would need to do. And I guess that's really about it. So for example, if you need a road use agreement to beef up the road because you know that you're going to have X amount of trucks being hauled out of that particular operation, that's a factor that you would put into your land use bylaw to be able to control that particular use. But in essence, what we're saying is if you think about if the type of operation it is, so whether it's a greenhouse operation or a cannabis operation or feedlot operation, those are intensive agricultural operations. They are agriculture by nature, but the real trick is how do you control the impacts of them? And so how you control the impacts of them is through your land use bylaw, where you set out the rules and requirements when it comes to dealing with those particular land uses.
Richard?
So by moving it or putting it in intensive agriculture operation. Am I correct in assuming you're actually, you have more control over the setbacks and the proximity to existing residents?
Well, the real trick is putting the regulations into the land use bylaw and making sure that you have those regulations. And it doesn't matter if it were a non-agricultural use or an agricultural use. The real trick is providing the regulations in your bylaw that make sure that you can control or mitigate the impacts of any of those uses.
But this would actually give us more control than we have right now.
Certainly, but that's Mr. Chair, that's a limitation of your land use bylaw today, as opposed to what category you're putting it in.
Ernest, you had a question?
Well, I'm thinking, I'm a little confused here with these greenhouses. I know that they're taxed as agriculture, but so can you have an agricultural development tax-wise, but create different rules for it? In our land use bylaw, you know, like where agriculture, or you have these, and I'll digress, you have these little, you know, agricultural subdivisions that wind up with 75 cars on them and you can't do nothing from it because it's agriculture. Is there a way in the land use bylaw to kind of differentiate those?
And Mr. Chairman, that's really what we've done in the land use bylaw. We've defined different classes of uses. So there are intensive agriculture, there's extensive agriculture. And so when you look under the specific use regulations, we've beefed up the specific use regulations to put more rules into place to sort of mitigate the impacts of those particular land uses. So in general, I'll get to that when we get to the land use bylaw, but generally speaking, part of what was in your existing bylaw was that there weren't a lot of rules per se that dealt with mitigating impacts of, I'm going to say, uses that affected other people per se. And so what we've done is we've beefed up the specific use, which takes those specific uses that would have an impact on the next door neighbor or the guy down the street, and said we need some rules around that to help to mitigate that impact. And we've also increased the number of uses so that we can, it's a finer line in terms of, it's just not agriculture per se, it's a specific kind of agriculture. And so we've provided more uses as well. So we've done it in two ways.
Just to follow up on that. So you have different agriculture uses. So then if it was classed agriculture, but you're really doing nothing but piling junk on it, is that sort of a different use that we would address? Because you're not really doing anything?
Yeah, what I would say is, so we've actually also put in things dealing with auto wrecking yards and those type of things. But what I would say is sometimes it is about the type of community appearance and how people deal with their property. And I guess that's something that councils would typically adopt in a separate bylaw outside of the land use bylaw. They would have a community standards bylaw as an example, where they would define what the appearance of properties should look like and to keep them in a neat and orderly fashion. And that's not necessarily a land use issue. That's an appearance issue of how they deal with their property.
That sounds like a real slippery slope.
It can be. Next slide.
Hold on, Steve.
Oh, sorry.
Just to follow up on the greenhouse discussion, if I'm backing up half a step, but on page 40 of the MDP, when we look at the residential development and the objectives, and then move into the policy of the rural lifestyle, in that statement, that policy statement, it starts to recognize that if you have a house in the country, we're considering that a rural lifestyle. There's going to be a little bit of dust. There's going to be a little bit of noise. And I think the separation from greenhouse, considering that agricultural use, is when we start to see the industry in the greenhouse, because it doesn't match that agricultural use. And if I got the pulse from the discussion around the greenhouses over the last year and a half, that's what I saw, is that we can expect there to be some dust and some noise and some sounds. But when an industry is bringing in their system, they're bringing inputs in to grow, and they're controlling their environment. They're having to shade that environment not to be a conflicting use. So I think that's where it leaves for this document. I think that's where it leaves an agricultural use. And maybe we're just using different words, but when it has the ability to impact a neighbor, it no longer is a consistent type of a use. And I think that's where we let it fall into that industry category for me.
Okay. Next slide. So looking at the land use bylaw, we're moving into the land use bylaw. Some of the things that we heard as part of the process to get that started was that land use bylaw and the process could be easier to navigate, as well as the document could be easier to navigate. How the bylaw was organized needed to be looked at. The list of permitted and discretionary uses needed to be looked at, as well as the districts, the land use districts, and how many there were, and if there was an opportunity to reduce the number of districts to do that. Also to look at things like definitions and specific regulations that were in the bylaw, and to see if there's ways to improve those, as well as looking at drainage and site coverage in the country residential districts. Next slide. So maybe just to speak to overall how we approached the land use bylaw and the things that we were looking at. So we have restructured the land use bylaw. We've inserted many more graphics into the bylaw. We've reduced the number of districts that were in the bylaw or are in the bylaw today. We've looked at consistency with the municipal development plan to make sure that it is consistent with the policy direction. We've looked at other bylaws from other municipalities to see what their best practices are, as well as the requirements in the provincial legislation to make sure we're consistent with that. We've reviewed the land uses and the degrees of discretion in each district. So what that means is that we have looked at the list of land uses and kind of asked ourselves, so why is this a discretionary use? Why is this a use that goes to municipal planning commission when we look at other municipalities and clearly that's a use that the development officer or the development authority should be able to make a decision on fairly quickly as a permitted use. There's really, when you think about the use, I'm trying to think of a use per se, but there's no negative impact as a result of that particular use. So why are we trying to put more control on it than we need to? So we went through that kind of a process when we looked at all the land uses. We looked at things like your sign regulations, and we looked at the definitions, and so we also looked at two types of definitions. So there are definitions to deal with terms such as setbacks or height or those type of things that define terms in the land use bylaw. We looked at use class. So those are the list of uses, permitted and discretionary uses that are in your bylaw, making sure that there were definitions for those. Next. So just looking at the structure. So the structure and the layout are really quite different from your existing bylaw in terms of how it's laid out, just in terms of the type of graphics that are used to try and make it easier for the reader to understand what the regulation is driving at. Next. We looked at consolidating some districts and schedules. So the A3 and the A4 districts were merged into the A2 district. And just simply because what was really driving that particular things such as greenhouses or the horticultural operations were now moved into the A2 as discretionary uses. So the controls are still there and the rules around it are there. And so the reason is, why would we have those extra districts there? We also looked at country residential farmstead and merged that into the A1 and the A2 districts. And we looked at your hamlet residential and merged that into the residential HR district. And then we renamed the rural commercial to a local commercial, which sort of described a better term of what it was really all about. Next. We also looked at the wind farms and now putting those, instead of creating a direct control for, putting it in as a special use provision so that you would control it as a discretionary use within the A1 and the A2. And then we looked at your schedules. So the A to F are now as special provisions within the land use bylaw. So meaning that they have special rules around that inside the bylaw itself, as opposed to in a schedule. And those are the list of the uses that are in your schedules today. And we also looked at the drainage and the site coverage in hamlets and amended that to provide greater discretion to the development authority when looking at that particular issue. Dwelling units on a parcel, looked at and we amended that. External lighting, strip filling and excavation, we amended that area, and we also added landfills and some rules around landfills.
I got a question here for you.
Yeah.
So under the general regulations, there's nothing in there for fire pits. And we did have a complaint this summer. I'm expecting more to come on board. So do other municipalities have that? I know Medicine Hat does, but do the other ones have it? And if it's not in there, is there a reason?
And so while we've sort of recognized that in the land use bylaw amendment,
Okay.
and the way that most municipalities deal with it, they deal with it as an accessory use, and it does require to have the setbacks that you would have from the fence line and those type of things. So it would require the normal, but that doesn't stop municipalities from also requiring that the fire departments also look at that and get approval for those as well.
We'd have to put it in under our fire regulations then to control it, because if there's nothing in here, people are just going to put them in without getting a permit. Am I wrong or right?
Well, yeah, people are going to put them in, and I mean we've recognized them as those uses that are exempt from requiring a development permit.
Okay.
Which is what most municipalities do. But that even having it exempt, it still requires that you be set back. So it still says you have to be set back and meet the setbacks of what's in that district.
So should we have that as an item under 10 point something about fire pits have to meet?
Richard, it's in our fire bylaw.
It's in our fire. So that's how we would enforce it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with
So-
that, because I just know it's going to come up in council again
Right.
if we get a complaint, and I don't know which division to go to or area.
So it's generally speaking, it's the fire department that would go out and inspect it to make sure that it meets the fire requirements. But under the land use bylaw, it's generally exempt, doesn't require a development permit so long as you're meeting the setback in that particular district.
But if people look up, I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just saying for clarity, if people look in here, there's nothing that says anything about fire pits. So then they can go ahead and do what they want. We're going to tell them that you need to meet the setbacks. but I don't see it in there. And so I'm just, how do I explain it to somebody when they call me?
It is under
Kaylee?
section 3.
Yeah,
Section
so
3?
it's
Oh, okay.
addressed on page 14, fire pits, and it reads fire pits that are compliant with all district setback regulations. So if you're in the hamlet of Desert Bloom, it would be required to meet what the minimum setback distance is from the side property line.
I apologize because I read this book quite a bit and I did not see that. So thank you for that.
It's a lot of reading.
Fire pits that are compliant with all district setback regulations. Okay. I'll bet you are, but they don't need a permit. And then if somebody complains, then that's when it's investigated?
The normal process would be if they complain, it would go to your emergency services department. Your emergency service department will come out and inspect it
Okay.
to make sure that it isn't creating a nuisance.
It's not under a tree, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. I'm good with that. I missed that, but
The thing that, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to highlight as well is that versus the one that's online right now, we in the MDP, we added 2 more maps. We added the maps that were missing, map 10 and and the utility map. So we added the 2 maps that were missing, and in the land use bylaw, we added the 2 schedules that deal with the overlays. And so we added that. So the versions that you have in front of you have the overlays and have the extra maps.
Ernest?
So I take it this is what we're talking about here is a small burn pit for recreational burning in your yard or by your buildings, not a larger one for getting rid of refuge?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. So in terms of additional specific uses that were added or amended, so these are the list of the ones that we've amended or added to that. And so you'll see that one that I'll highlight that was significant, well, one that was added was cottage industries. And that's cottage industries are those uses in the rural areas where it's not quite a home-based business, but it may be something like, in other communities, it's the winery or the brewery or distillery that somebody has on the property, or that type of magnitude of a use. And so it allows that to happen in agricultural areas. The other one is the rules around the sand and gravel and have been amended as well to allow for greater notification and consultation with surrounding residents as well. So that I wanted to point those 2 out in particular. Next slide. These are the other special use regulations as well that have been amended as well. So just the list is fairly comprehensive in terms of things that we've added. And generally speaking, it's those particular uses that may and usually do have an impact on the adjacent neighbors or the surrounding neighbors in the area. Next slide.
Ernest?
I noticed one of yours that was on there was outdoor shooting ranges. I'll apologize that I didn't make it through all the pages here. Is there regulations with that in here?
Yes, there are.
Because I know in my area I've had a few complaints and some issues, and I just was wondering where we were going.
From personal experience, I've had a lot of land use issues with shooting ranges. So it near and dear to my heart, yes. So that's one of the reasons I included it in your bylaw. You don't need to go through the same anguish that I've gone through. And so in terms of some discussion with council, in terms of your thoughts, so we've consolidated some of the districts. How do you feel about the consolidation of those districts? What I would probably say is that if there was more time and ability, we would probably carry that further. We probably could consolidate more districts if council felt that was, you know, your direction, that you wanted to do that. Because we noticed that there are some things that, you know, they do overlap, or they're very similar. And so, you know, you could consolidate further in terms of some of those districts. Additional special use regulations. And so, you know, how does the council feel about some of the special use regulations that are there? Are there any that were missing, or that you wanted to see some special use regulations around? How about the change to wind energy facilities? So instead of it being a direct control district itself, it's actually a special use provision, and it is a discretionary use, which in essence means basically the same thing as if you were having to go through the districting process. It is a discretionary use. It has to be, neighbors have to be notified. It has to go through it has an appeal process. So it has all these similar, you know, like traits or qualities about it that a districting does. Allowing for more opportunities for farm-based businesses. How does council feel about that? And in terms of intergenerational housing on farms, so we've tried to accommodate for that. So just your thoughts on that. So those are some of the things. Those are some of the touch points that I just wanted to have a conversation with council about, to see how you feel about the land use bylaw to this point.
Any questions or comments?
I like what I've seen so far. Appreciate the thought that's gone into it, and you definitely helped to clarify some of the benefits of simplifying and really utilizing the land use bylaw versus just thinking about everything through the municipal development plan. So I appreciate that, yeah, that's from my perspective, anyways.
Anybody else? Ernest?
I noticed reading through this, you had some references to communal living and communal communities or whatever, and I believe they were optional, or like I can't remember the exact definition. I'm assuming that this may be sort of towards Hutterite Brethren, or as probably being the most obvious communal farming type operations.
So I'll give you one example that I've come across, and really that is about, you may have some people that are my age that can no longer live by yourself, and you want to live with others that are your age, and so that provides you with that opportunity to have people that aren't related that can live together in a house. That doesn't require it doesn't require care, doesn't require whatever, but it is what it is in terms of people living together and being able to do that. And so it is becoming more of an issue in terms of as people are getting older, and in terms of how we take care of our older generations, right?
Okay, so carrying on with, like, I know there's issues with some counties with Hutterite Brethren expanding your building facilities. And I'm not sure if we address this in here as a discretionary use, non-use. I'll admit I did not read all this plan, so.
We have addressed that in the bylaw itself, yes.
Yeah, it's classified under the communal living, like you said, Ernest. Yeah. So religious assemblies and.
Yeah, and it is a discretionary use. Yeah.
Going to say it is a discretionary use.
Yeah.
which can cause some issues. That I mean, farming's kind of considered a approved use for buildings, and I was thinking what we could maybe should go that direction a little more towards some kind of an approved use with conditions. Awful quiet.
Not getting a lot of feedback on that one.
Because if you go and just like an approved use to build a farmstead, a church, it's not much of a step from that.
I guess these are some of
Jeffrey?
Yeah, no, I have comments at the very end of this, so, sorry, so continue.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I guess that's one thing that we'd like some conversation with council. I mean, if council is generally of the feeling that it should be a permitted use, then we can certainly move it over into a permitted category. But having it as a discretionary use gives you a little bit more control in terms of how you deal with it.
Yeah, so you get your own. Robin?
Yeah, I can appreciate where Ernest is trying to go with this. I think though that when we think about even some of the colonies that we have now, and if it's permitted use, technically they could pretty much pick wherever they wanted to go, whether the infrastructure was good for that or not. Whereas if it's discretionary use, we have the ability to talk about the fact that you might be having a confined feeding operation on the road that you're requesting that isn't up to par. Therefore, we can avoid a lot of the conflict and the headaches that we have dealt with in the past with regards to maybe being in the wrong place or whatever. I like the ability of being able to choose where or identify where an appropriate place is, and so keeping it discretional helps to do that.
Kayleen?
I have been chatting as well with industry, so there are a few colonies that have reached out, and I've sent them the section for the land use bylaw, and as far as I know, so far they're pleased with the amendments. I think it's still an improvement because before it wasn't really addressed in any of the land use districts. So it was kind of a one by one that we would have to take it forward to MPC. So in this case, it's now a class 1, meaning the development officer can approve it without having to go to MPC, but it's still appealable by neighbors. So I would say that it's probably a good meet in the middle.
That sounds not too bad to me. Like I said, I'll admit that I didn't read all of this, so I may be ad-libbing a bit. I just know where the concerns have been brought to my attention by my ratepayers, but that sounds like a pretty decent improvement over what it is.
Anybody else? I guess before, go ahead, Jeffrey.
Thank you. I guess I don't want to change the subject matter, but I guess one of the things that planning and development staff attempted to do last week was try to go through the draft, and I will say that the draft is a really good complement to what we had before and how it's been organized, and I like the structure of it and that sort of thing. But one of the things that we did was when we went through it we had a very short time frame last week to try and review it. One of the things that we noticed that there was without being too critical, there were some inconsistencies amongst some of the text and some of the wording. So there's some things that are going to obviously have to be corrected and those kinds of things. But one of the things we really didn't have time to do as a staff was we focused mostly on the municipal development plan. So as a staff, we sat down and we reviewed that and we went through that document. But we really, aside from individually, we haven't had a chance collectively to sit down and discuss the draft land use bylaw in any great detail. And I think that's one of the things that we're lacking from an administrative point of view, is that we still need the ability to go through that so that we can, because I think what we need to do, and we owe it to as our responsibility as administration that oversees this document, is to make sure that both council, administration, and the public are all comfortable with what's in the document. And so there's some things in here that we probably want to discuss internally as our staff, and then pose some of these questions to you as council to say, are you comfortable with, you know, some of the detailed stuff that's in here in terms of the overall of the document. And I'm not going to pick it apart because we haven't had a chance to sit down collectively. But, you know, there's just to give a few examples. For example, in recreational residential resort district. So one of the permitted uses that's listed is convenience retail store. So for example, in the hamlet of Desert Bloom, the development officer could issue a development permit for a retail convenience store without the ability of the public to appeal that decision. So is that something that council wants? So that's a discussion council's going to have. Another example would be with the fact that Hamlet Single Family Residential District and Hamlet Residential District have been combined into one district. So one of the clarification things we need is around mobile homes. So for example, if in, we'll say Dunmore, if a developer develops, you know, a Hamlet residential subdivision, does that mean that mobile homes can go in adjacent to, you know, stick-built houses? Again, another decision that council has to have. Finally, just as one other thing, you know, in the highway commercial district, it identifies livestock auction markets as a permitted use. So again, the development officer could issue a permit for a livestock auction market with no ability from the adjacent landowners to appeal that because it's a permitted use. So those are just three examples of some of the detail that we have to go through in the land use bylaw, and then pose those questions to council to say, you know, what's your stance or what's your position on some of these issues? Because, you know, when all of a sudden somebody comes in with a development application and says, hey, I'm applying for a retail store in Dunmore. Yeah, it's gone through the land use reclassification component, but that now means that it's not appealable by the public when it comes time for issuing the development permit. And from a staff point of view, we're okay with that. It's just that we want to make sure that council understands what's in the document and making sure that council is giving us clear direction as to how they want it worded and the text, so that it's clear to administration, it's clear to council, and it's clear to the public when they open up the document and say, what are the things we can and cannot do? So I guess that's the point I'm just making, is that we've gone through the document, but we haven't had the chance to sit down collectively to go through some of these things, because a lot of this stuff we can probably work with Peter and his staff on in terms of some of the corrections and those types of things. But there are some issues that I think council probably needs to decide upon and make sure that that's really what you want, so that all of a sudden somewhere down the line we're not you know, going, well, how, you know, that wasn't the intent, or how did this happen, or why is this going on, right? Because it got adopted and was never considered with further consideration, I guess is what I'm saying. So those are the comments I wanted to make. But otherwise, you know, I think the consensus amongst Kayleen, Becky, and myself is that, you know, we like the format of the document, and it's just now, you know, the fine tuning of the you know, some of the details that are in here to say, is this really what council wants? And if so, then, you know, perfect. Let's keep going forward.
Any other questions? Michelle?
Not a question, just a comment. I read not all of it, but a majority of it, and found it way easier to understand than the last one that I tried to read. And it was just, you know, there are things in it, like Jeffrey said, that I would like more time to go over it and, you know, pick it apart, I guess. But it was way better than the last one.
Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council and administration and our consultants, it has been a very fast process. We collectively recognized there was a need to review. Everybody has worked tirelessly on this project. There's a lot of paper to read and a lot of things to understand. So with our timelines, so the first reading of the bylaw would be going next on the 7th. Okay, because it was a desire to have a document approved prior to the election. That was the goal. So if it would be, because council determines service delivery. So if you wish to continue with that timeline, it would need to be presented for first reading on the 7th, then the public hearing, and then second and third to fit it before by the first meeting in October. So you would need to determine and reflect on, because there is a lot of reading and to determine, and the land use bylaw determines the direction of the municipality. It determines infrastructure needs, recreation needs. It is vital to have it sets the path forward for the municipality for many years to come. So there's a lot of things up in the air to think about, timelines, having a document that you're proud of and that it's easy to use and it reflects where you want the trajectory of the municipality. But I wanted to share with you that's where we're coming. I don't want to say time crunch, but that it was the goal. But goals can always be changed and timelines can always be changed. So that's one thing that council would need to consider.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, and I'll keep this brief. My experience of having done these documents for years and years, and I think, as Tara-Lynn says, the devil's in the details in terms of the land use bylaw, that there's a lot of detail in there that we want to make sure that, it accurately reflects what council's desire is and that it makes sense for the public and it makes sense to administration. So, I think as much as it's the timelines we've found is kind of a challenge in terms of, trying to work through this document as quickly as we can. And credit to V3, because you guys have been amazing in terms of the turnaround and the work that you've put out. So I think it's a real good collaborative effort up to this point, but we want to make sure that, as Tara-Lynn says, and my, it's certainly it's council's documents, but my hope would be, as the recommendation here, is to make sure that we get something that we're happy with, rather than just ram through it and rush through it and then have to go back and make a number of amendments because maybe there were some things that just weren't we didn't have the time to properly address.
So there's a few conversations there. You're the one doing it. Do you feel it's complete, or do you feel you need more time?
I think certainly we're very comfortable with where the municipal development plan is in terms of that document. I will say to you that in terms of the land use bylaw, this is our first cut at it. Right? Given our timelines, it's at the term, it's where the terms of reference are, but can we do better? We could probably fine tune it. There's no doubt about it. There's things that, as I mentioned to staff, was that, it would be nice in a perfect world to be able to ground proof some of the regulations that are there, to kind of say, okay, this is what the district is. This is what the setbacks and the uses are, blah, blah, blah. How does it relate to these parcels? Boom, boom, boom. And just so you have a real comfort level in terms of where the document is. And unfortunately, that takes time to do, right? And so are you going to meet your timeline? No, but then again, it's a timeline, right? And the thing about it is, unfortunately, we've got a municipal election, and that's the trigger point, right? So but to have a better document for the municipality, I think it behooves you to sort of take the time to make sure that you have the best document that you can have.
I agree with that. We're spending this kind of money. We should be doing it right the first time. Not messing around with it.
Mr. Chairman and Council, and from May till now is how quick this has happened. In a lot of reviews, it's a year or two.
Yeah.
And so everybody has really pulled together, and as the municipal development plan and the LUB is a primary first cut document, everyone has done exceptionally well.
Yeah, nobody's saying against that.
No, I'm
That's-
just, yeah. So it's a hard decision that you will need to make, that if you wish to have first reading next meeting or hold off.
Well, it is hard because we don't know who's going to come back, and a new council could have a whole different direction on everything, and then it's a waste. But if I look back and see when I first came on council, I didn't know what was going on in here. It took a year and a half to figure out what was going on. So you would hope that the new council would take the direction that we were putting everything and complete it and put it through. But it's hard to say. I got Ernest and then Dustin.
Well, I think we're on the road. We sort of had the idea to get it done, and I think we probably should continue because you let it go and just hang around, you don't know where it's going to land in the future. I think it's a good argument. Let's run with it, and I mean, if none of us are here, the next council can always amend it if they want to.
Dustin?
So the last time this got amended and looked at was right before we actually got on council, 8 years ago, I guess. And I'll use the wise words of Lee Ray Paul. He said, leave it the hell alone and change it later if you don't like it. So I think we should take and let them do their amendments to it and then bring it back and it be the way we want it, even if we're not the ones that put it through. Because new guys that come in aren't going to have a clue about it, and they're just going to let it go through anyways, because they're not going to have the time to realize the impacts it's going to have for a few years. It's going to take that time to see it.
Jeffrey?
Again, I'll put our municipality up against any municipality in the province. And I'm going to say that maybe all we need is till maybe giving first, and maybe it's first reading. What did you say, Terrell-Lynn, was the first reading date? So maybe first reading is September 21st. It still gives us the ability to have maybe the public hearing in October, still be able to make amendments, and maybe still have the ability to basically iron or work through some of these other, whether they're inconsistencies or whatever the issues happen to be. And then council can still then have the ability to make some of those hardline decisions on some issues. Like, for example, one of the comments or one of the things in here, it says dugouts are basically require a development permit now. So if you're an agricultural producer, you now have to get a permit for your dugout. Is that something that council wants? So it gives us the opportunity to work through some of those things and maybe get this to a shorter time frame so that it's not into November, December, January. But it gives us as administration, and it gives V3 an extra week or two to kind of work through some of this stuff. And maybe through a miracle we can pull this off, right? Those are just my comments as overseeing planning and development. I certainly would defer to V3 or what their comments would be on maybe extending just an extra couple weeks to get, to the next meeting to allow for first reading, and what their time frame is to maybe work with our staff to try and make some of those corrections. Or not, maybe they're not even corrections. Maybe they're just being able to address those issues or whatever that's in the bylaw.
Is it doable, or do you need more time than that?
Given that we did this in 3 weeks, we can move a mountain in the next 2 weeks. We're here to serve. We're here at the pleasure of council, and so we're happy to work with your administration to make sure we've got the best bylaw going forward. So, yeah, we're here.
Kelly?
I'm just wondering if there would be value in maybe pushing it to the new year. So maybe giving ourselves one more round of public consultation. So once we kind of have the groundwork done and we have a pretty firm draft, maybe there's an opportunity that we can go back for one more round before we do the formal adoption. So I'm thinking maybe towards the new year.
And I'm comfortable with that as well, because it just makes sure that we have more, it allows us to do our proper diligence is what it does, right? So, but I guess what I was trying to do was find a happy medium of giving ourselves a little bit more time and still being able to appease, the timelines that council had originally set out, so.
Well, I think we all were energetic on the timelines, but realizing how much is in here. Everybody said so far, we want to get it done right, do it right the first time, so. Extend it or just go ahead, Richard. You have to.
Yeah, we came up with that date because we had to come up with some kind of timeline, right? But because of the extensive amount of work that has to go into this, if it takes longer, fine. And the fact that I want our administration to read that thing over 2 or 3 times, because there I go. I spent how many hours Sunday morning and I missed fire pits. Like, damn it. So I don't want to rush this part. And I really feel that even if there will be new council people on, they're going to go with the flow. And if they have questions, because you've done some more homework on this, you've done some more work on it, you're going to be able to answer those questions. And I would hate to not take the opportunity to make it simpler. Maybe that's like the word, but just to clarify a whole bunch of things. And I think we've got a hold of it. Let's keep doing it right. So timeline doesn't matter to me.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Peter.
I guess the third option is that if council's comfortable and wants to accomplish something, I mean, you can go ahead with the municipal development plan and take it through before the election, and then take the time necessary to work on the land use bylaw and bring it back in the timeline that you're ready.
Yeah, can do that. So you can bring the municipal development plan on the 7th, bring it back. Okay. So the land use bylaw, everything you've gone through now, everything's, I don't want to say this rudely, but we're legal on everything now, because I know that I've heard that there is a couple of things that probably weren't in the MGA that shouldn't have been there, but you've got that stuff all ironed out now.
I would say that we're probably 99.8% there. There's a few areas where I would say that we have land uses that from a legal perspective, like it probably meets the act, but from a legal perspective, I'll take the garden suite as the one that comes to mind. You know, that's something whereby you can simplify the use. One of the legal issues is about you can't define, or you can't zone around what a family is, or that type of thing. And so garden suites, in the way the regulation's written right now, is around family, right? And so what majority of municipalities have done is kind of gotten away from the garden suite thing and just gone to secondary suites. And so secondary suite is in fact exactly that. And you can have it in the basement, you can have it attached to the house, you could have it over top of the garage, you can have it in different places, right? The only trick is defining how many you want on a property or not want on a property. And so that would be like that's called cleaning up the few things that still are out there that need to be cleaned up. And so that's one of my comments. But I would say that majority, yes, we're there in terms of what's in the act.
Okay. Robin, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, ultimately we're responsible for what we put through as council. And I think that erring on the side of caution is probably better than rushing through, because, you know, we don't want to be putting something through, especially something as important as statutory documents, with a, you know, we'll fix it later kind of a mindset. I'm not super stoked on the idea of waiting till the new year, although I understand the reason for that. But I think that to do the MDP prior to is good, or at least to do the first reading. I think that what we're proposing is something that it's good sense. It makes sense for the county, and you know, so the perception of trying to rush it through prior to an election might give the wrong optics as well. It would certainly be nice to be able to complete something if it's ready to go, and it's, you know, all the loose ends are tied up. So I would say keep the foot on the gas pedal, but at the same time, don't go blowing through a red light just because we want to get there faster. So yeah, that was my comment.
Any other comments? Not seeing any. Good presentation today. Got a lot for us to think about, and shows that a few read a little bit. Except for Richard, he missed that section 3, fire pits.
Don't take too long.
He doesn't buy green bananas anymore, so.
Mr. Chairman, so the MDP will be presented for first reading on the next meeting.
Yep.
Perfect.
Kayleen?
I'll just maybe add one more tidbit. So we're going to be meeting tomorrow evening, and then Thursday afternoon with the public, and there are still open slots. So if there's counselors that are wanting to come in and maybe chat about certain focus areas, just contact me and we can book you in for one of those slots as well if you're wanting to have more of a focused session.
Okay. I guess with that, we'll take a 5-minute break here. Let you guys clean up and we are ready to go in camera. Nope, 5. What's the difference from the last hour?